are we doing, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, another round of manufacturers. I am looking forward to this one. We have got the Nurburgring 24-hour. It does not get any better than that. We have done the Nurburgring 24-hour for 36 hours when we done our 200 laps. I still haven't quite got over that, but we are going to do ourselves all 3 race entries, or at least that is the plan. I'm just realising that I was going to try and have the football on over here. Not a great idea because I can barely read chat. Never mind while I'm trying to do the Nürburgring. Never mind also watching the football. But I'm going to try and put that on before we start. And then, yeah, we're going to do all 3 rounds. Unless I end up rage quitting, which probably wouldn't take too much. So we'll see how we get on. Pakali, how are we doing? Mike, how are we doing? And Avo, how are we doing? Hope you gents are all well. Yeah, we're going to jump into... We'll probably not get a full lap done here, but we might as well go for it. Or we might get a lap done. We'll have this one as the exploratory lap before we get into qualifying. Qualifying, of course, done in the actual lobby. Once we get in. So let's see then if we can do this first lap. We're going to cross the line with an 8:12 left in terms of how much time we've got left on this quali session. So let's see if we can get to the end of the line or cross the line before that time runs out. So the setup for this race looks pretty good. I don't know if we're going to have any potential wet weather because there's no mandatory pit stop. And the game tends to not put a mandatory pit stop in if there is weather because then it kind of can't police that you've been on the... or that rule goes out the window, of course, if you're doing have to do the soft and medium tyres. But then there's rain. It can't really police that, so... In most motorsport, like Formula 1 and all the rest of it, we have human beings that say, oh yeah, it started raining. That rule's now out the window. The game can't do that, so the fact that there is no mandatory pit stop kind of tells me maybe we might have weather to contend with. Although I need to double check, because we are permitted to use the soft and medium. I actually just need to double check that both of those tyres are not required. So I did see there was no mandatory pit stop. Now that I've just said that, I double checked that it's still not going to say we need to do both tyre compounds are mandatory, but we'll work all that out once we get in. I plan to be home a little earlier than what I have because I was going to try and get on from about 4 o'clock to do some practice, but I've only just gotten on now. We know the Nürburgring pretty well at this point, or I would like to think we do. Something wrong if we don't. 200 laps alone should be enough to learn any track, never mind all the other hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of laps of the Nürburgring we will have done at this point. Not a bad start, not a bad start. First quarter, or maybe first half of the Nürburgring done without a mistake just yet. If anyone has seen my recent video which went out, when will that have gone out? Last week now, I think, or earlier this week, where we took the Aston Martin Valkyrie, one of, if not the fastest road-going car on Gran Turismo, and tried to attempt that around the Nurburgring to see how many laps we could do within 1 hour, which of course the lap is so long that the number's not going to be that high. But we hope that we might have got a few decent laps in. Such a difficult car to drive. Obviously the track is difficult enough in and of itself, but even with racing tyres on, that car literally flew through the air for half of the lap. So that's a fun little video worth checking out if you've got a little bit of time. Right, 3:43 to go. Just over at this point, halfway around this lap then, in terms of time at least. I think for mileage it will be about the same. Right, going to keep this in 5th here so we don't bog down. Bit too much of a lift there. Right, just under 2 minutes left. We want to try and get across the line, as we say, before it hits 0, which would be an 8:12. I haven't had a look at the top times, but I imagine a sort of 8, just after an 8, 8:01, 8:02 kind of time is sort of where it will be at. Imagine. It's going to have been not the best, not the worst lap, to be fair. It's, as far as the first lap goes, not too bad. Rhea, how we doing? Hope we are all well. Evening all. How are we doing? Who's actually racing tonight and who's just watching, by the way? Because as soon as the Nurburgring's on, I ain't watching anybody's stream. I want to be part of it. I want to be in the races. There we go. Well, I tell you what, this is not going to actually be too bad a lap. It's going to be below an 8:10. 8:08. Mid 8:8. I will take that for a lap time. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Right, that should be putting us into the lobby. Absolutely it is. Yeah, let's just have a double check of the race details here. So do we have both tyres are mandatory? Required tyre type. We need to use both tyres. Interesting. So, I don't think then, surely enough, that'll mean that we don't have any weather. Because they have to go single tyre. So, it must be planned that there's absolutely no chance of any rain. And we have 185 points up for grabs in this lobby. Try so long, everything looks the same. It does start to, once you've done it like literally nearly 1,000 times, or probably more than 1,000 times, which I have done by now. I remember this track better than most, to be honest. Carly saying, just watching this season. How come you're just watching? What's made you not want to actually like do the racing? Out of interest. Oh, we got 15 minutes for our qualifier as well. Such a long outlap. That's the killer. The outlap takes forever. Ugh. Can't really be bothered with this. Or should we just start at the back for this first one? For a laugh. Still going to try and take it pretty easy here, though. I don't want to go too much on the tyres because... Oh, he's going to try and go for it there. Fair enough. I said I was going to take it easy. He spun immediately. Oh my god, what's going on with these tyres? Why are they so very slippery? You haven't raced for almost 2 years. Wow. I mean, I'm definitely sick of the dirty drivers, but you couldn't not race Gran Turismo for that reason. I just enjoy the sim racing far too much. Even though most of the time I am absolutely raging. I spend most of the race and most of the streams raging. It does seem strange though that every single time we get ourselves up to A+, we end up in dirtier lobbies than anything else. Like the amount of crashes and incidents when we're in those higher lobbies is crazy. Right, so I actually really am going to try and take these tyres pretty easy on this outlap for the tyres because I can already start to see tyre wear, and if we push for this whole lap here, we're not going to have the best set of tyres, and we've got the time. We've got the time available. We do have to bear in mind, however, that even though we cross the line before the time hits 0, in most other laps and lobbies and races, you'll be given an extra couple of minutes once you hit the checkered flag, and that is to cross the line and finish the lap. Now, most of the laps are under 2 minutes, so you're always able to finish, whereas this, I don't know how much extra time it's going to give us afterwards, so we still need to get a bit of a shift because I don't think it'll be any more than 3 or 4 minutes. So we probably still need to cross the line with, I'm going to say, trying to cross the line with 5 minutes to be safe. So we can probably be about 1.5 minutes slower on this lap, on this out lap. You get back to racing soon. That's good to hear. Much faster now than you were a few years ago. That's good. As long as you've been keeping at it and you've kept doing plenty laps, then that's good. Honestly, this entire out lap here, if we complete all of this and then I go bin the actual push lap, I'd be devastated. This, you can see how much everybody's pushing on way further ahead. They're going so much quicker. They're going to have no tyres left by the time they get onto the actual lap. We've done, what would you say that is there? Maybe between 5 and 10%. Probably 10% of tyre life taken out at this point now. And we still haven't even finished the quali lap. And I'm still taking it pretty easy. Yeah, the circuit experience is a good shout, to be fair, from Picali there, Avo, to actually learn this thing. It's just getting a couple of the sectors like hooked up rather than trying to remember what corner comes after what. I think if you focus on the sectors and try and break them up a little bit, that might help. Basically, I'm trying to go around all of these corners here and not get any tyre squeal. That is a sign that you're rinsing a tyre for more grip than you probably should do, or you're sliding. Or to be fair, tyre squeal is sliding, so that's kind of what I mean there. Right then. So we're going to cross the line here with about 5.5 minutes left till the checkered flag, and then we want to hope that we've got at least 3 minutes, or probably 3 minutes is what we'll need in terms of additional time for the rest of the grid. It might still give another 10 minutes after this, I don't know. But we want to be safe. Right, and I'm making sure here we're not taking loads out of the tyres and braking. I'm going to coast up majority of this hill. Here we go. Right. Let's go. First sector done. Ah, damn it. You want a 112 here. We're on track there. Faster laps will be doing a 1, maybe it's down into the 110s, very high, or 111s. I probably would have been high 11 there if we didn't have that slight slide at the top as we just went into the right-hander. So I imagine in terms of strategy for the race then, if we've got to use both tyre compounds, what's the game, what's the plan? Because we can either do 2 laps on the softs, you might get a third, but by that point you're probably better off on the mediums. So I'm guessing it's going to be 2 laps soft, 3 laps medium, or you could potentially stretch for 3 laps on the softs if you maybe do them at the end on lighter fuel. Or the more aggressive strategy, if you're trying to get out of traffic, I guess you could just do 1 lap on the medium and then do 2 stints of 2 laps on the soft. But it depends on how much quicker a lap are you actually going to be, and can you claw back the maybe 30 or so seconds lost in the pit stop. It might not even be that much. Because a medium tyre around here is going to be easily, what, 4 or 5 seconds a lap slower? It all depends on if you're absolutely able to not make any mistakes to get the sort of true speed of the tyre. Oh, bit of a moment there, almost. Just as we talked about mistakes, that was a big one. Probably lost a second and a half there maybe, because this is a full throttle straight, and we should have been picking up a load of speed there. Save of the day. Definitely still went wrong. If only I managed to save it without losing as much time. Pretty much had to bring the car to a stop. It was weird because I think it was initially induced by a bit of front end understeer, and then I've put a bit more on the power to kind of try and get the car around, and it's then swung too far the other way. I'm losing time now. Like, I can see where the mistakes are, so I know I could be going quicker. Oh, there we go. We've hit the final time now. Oh, checkered flag is out, and we get additional 10 minutes. So we can take it a lot easier if we wanted to on our initial outlap. We can literally cross the line at 0. We'll still have enough time to go do that lap. Unless, I'm just starting to wonder if that's why people are pushing so much, because they want to maybe try and get another lap in. Would they want to try and go for another push lap after? Surely not. Surely you're better off just trying to get the one run, but just trying to get it right. Because we already know how bad the tyre wear is, or at least how bad the tyres are by the end of the laps. There's some of them that could possibly go do another lap now. Maybe. Right, where are we going to be in terms of quali here? I think we're going to be closer to an 8, probably an 8:20. Maybe it's even not that quick. It feels like an 8:22, I'm going to guess. Although apparently we're on purple sectors. That cannot be right. That just cannot be right. No way. No way. We're going to put this on pole here. Yes! That did not feel like a great lap at all, that. 8:12. Provisional pole. Yes. We'll have that. We'll have that. Wonderful stuff. Wonderful stuff so far. Can I just double check? You can definitely all hear the game audio. Okay, I think you would have flagged it by now if it wasn't, you weren't hearing it. Oh, someone's beating us by a second in the M6. Look, Mac with an 8:11. So that's going to be P2 for us now. Box Extreme just behind us. Scooby, Marky as well. And we got two guys still running here, which hopefully isn't going to take too much longer. What's our thoughts though for this strategy here then? Based on those tyres there, what do we reckon? Because 2 push laps on the softs, I don't think you'd want to try a third. Could possibly go the extra aggressive strategy. 809 there for the Italian in the 296. John, how are we doing? Hope we're all well. We're just trying to work out strategies here. We had provisional pole. The tyre wear's pretty... It's not extreme, but it's enough to make you question whether you can get a third lap. The tyre life on 1 gentle out lap and 1 push lap there, the tyre life is at about 50%. So I think if you're pushing for a full 2 laps, that ain't good. I don't think you would have a third out of that, in my personal opinion, on the softs. And then if that's the tyre rate that they're degrading on the mediums, I think is a struggle. Well, I'm saying, John, I don't think we would get the third lap, to be honest. I think we'd struggle. I'll see if you can. I'll not show you now, will it? You'll not be able to see the tyre wear at the end of this, of what it was. We got 5 laps for the race. But we need to use soft and medium. I actually reckon that the doing a 2-stop could work. 2 on the soft, 2 on the soft, 1 on the medium. Probably start on the medium as well. Or what you said there, John, 2 on the soft, 3 on the medium. But the 3 on the medium, I'm thinking, like, how much lap time, potential lap time, are you going to be losing? Is this guy at the end here taking the longest amount of time possible to complete his lap? I think he is. Yeah, well, I was talking about that at the start, John. I don't think that we're going to have weather, because normally they can't then do the 2 mandatory tyres, can they? Because if it rains at the start or in the middle, you won't have necessarily used both tyres. Or even after the rain, you're not then going to go onto the softs, are you? Like, it can't police. In normal motorsport, that rule becomes redundant as soon as someone goes on the wet tyre. Yeah, I think it will be dry the whole race, which is a shame. I would love to have had some wet weather racing in here, but at least if it's dry, it gives me I'm in with a fighting chance then. So it is potential. Oh, we were going to put the match on. Let's put the match on. Liverpool, there we go. Oh, then I can have a bit of the football on and I can see that. Oh, digit starting on the mediums. Okay, well that makes sense. I think regardless, yeah, we're probably better off starting on the mediums, because the first lap you don't want to use all your tyre life on a lap that is going to be slower in traffic, or potentially have the usual Nurburgring carnage, especially in the GP layouts, as lethal for crashes or people being dirty drivers as much as it is on the actual Nordschleifer, isn't it? So maybe it's the mediums then that you're not losing as much time, or so it feels. Yeah, I think we'll do that for the first one. Bacali, as you say there, three on the medium, 2 on the softs. And then, excuse me, maybe the next race after, we'll try and do the 2-stop. I genuinely do think that the 2-stop in this lobby, for the speed that we're at now, maybe as if we were up and racing the A+s, maybe the 2-stop wouldn't work. probably wouldn't. I was thinking for one of the options, yeah. We'll try it in one of the races, I think. Because the medium tyres is going to be maybe 5 seconds a lap slower. So if the medium tyres, you've already, let's just assume you've already lost 15 seconds there. Could you then gain that back, you know, being with the pit stop? I'm going to, for this one, I'm going to start on the mediums, which might not be the best idea because we are a little bit further forward. But I think as if we can, it's on the gamble that we can be pretty clean through the first lap or two, or the first few sectors, and then let the pack spread out a bit. 2 stops does put me in the traffic, yeah, but it wouldn't if we maybe started on the mediums and then done the done the first stop, sorry, at the end of lap 1. Then we'd be well out of traffic then, and then you're hoping for an undercut, aren't you? Yeah, John saying 1 stop as well. We'll give the 1 stop a go here, and we'll see if anybody does go into the pits early and see what the crack is. But that would have to be how you would do it. You would have to go 1 on medium and then 2 times 2 on the softs. Oh dear, dear, dear. And I assume we're going to be all right for fuel here, by the way. This is assuming that we've got enough in fuel to do 3 laps. I'm guessing so, surely. Right, first race of the stream. First race of this week's, or this Saturday's manufacturer, this round of manufacturer series at the Nurburgring. Let's have a quick check for fuel. Aha, so it's estimating 5 laps there. But that's going to drop. We might have to actually fuel save if we went for the 3 laps here, you know, on the mediums. We'll see how we go. Starting on the mediums then. Go, 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 go. I'm going to keep a check on the fuel immediately because that is going to start dropping pretty quick. Oh, and we've got some tremendous internet connection by the looks of it. Almost a move on P1, but not quite. Track limits for running wide there, which I thought because I was too busy trying to look at the fuel. Right, come on, let's try and settle in. Right, we've got a few people that are closing on us now, who I think probably are starting on the softs. Right, now we're on to the actual Nordschleife. I will try and just fall into a bit of a rhythm again and keep our fingers crossed. A slightly slower rhythm, albeit with the mediums on and not the softs. And this is a longer stint, this, so at the same time we want to... We're kind of protecting the tyres, but doing that a little bit blindly because we don't know how much the tyres are going to dig in this 3-lap stint on these tyres. But my guess is going to be that they ain't going to look great. Bill, how we doing? Hope we're all well. Hope we are all good. Just in time for the start of this race. Whoa, slight moment there. Is it going to rain on lap 3? I don't think that we're going to have any weather to worry about, James, because the mandatory tyre requirements, the game can only do one or the other, can't it? So we've got to do both medium and soft. And so I don't think we're going to have any weather to worry about on any of these rounds by the looks of it, because it can manage to do both. 3.8 to this guy in front, to the leader, sorry, but then we've got 1.6 to this guy in front. Going to go back down into 5th here. Almost a moment there. Luckily I thought better of binning it completely. Decided that was a silly thing to do. Right, Box is right behind us here, but I'm going to presume that he's on soft tyres. He seems to have very, very good exits and really, really good grip out of these corners. Whereas I am drifting from every apex as if I can't get anywhere near it. Right, so I think we should get, by the looks of this, yeah, we should easily get 3 laps on the mediums. Condition of them is not too bad at the end of this lap. We just don't want to lose too much time to the leaders, who we suspect are on softs. There we go. This guy going to get in front. Box Extreme in front. Can we just try and claw back a little bit of that time now in the slipstream? See where we're at in terms of lap times here. Now it was a roll and start, obviously a slow out roll and start. That's an 8:22 though, with a penalty served as well and a couple of seconds lost there, so ideal or optimal lap time for us on the mediums is probably what, a 15 at best, at the very best. And even then I wouldn't be so sure. I feel like we're on the pace here for the mediums. Not there. Went a bit too deep there. Oh, no! Just as I started saying that. No! Just as I started saying that. Oh, man. Destined to make a mistake as soon as you say you're doing all right. Come on. Right, 8-second gap to the leader here. It's starting to level out. We are starting to close to him. We've got a slipstream here in front, so we will close on this bit, but we were starting to close to him when I'm not making mistakes. So either he's on the soft tyres and now this is the crossover, or he's having a stinker. But he set a very, very quick lap, so we know he's a quick driver. Look at that, he's been so much quicker through there. I always struggle with that left-hander there. Almost. Right, easily another lap on the mediums here then. Right, this will be the tell now. Is the Italian going to go in? Nope, none of them going to go in. Interesting. Right, the Portuguese driver there is the first to go in, and he is on the softs. So he is only getting 2 laps on the softs, and he reckons that's enough for him. I was determined to keep my foot down there. I was not lifting. Now, I wasn't too bothered with Box getting in front of us because I thought that he was on the soft tyres, but if they're going this far into the race, maybe he's not. And maybe he is actually on the mediums as well. We're starting to match the pace, though, of the leader. 210's getting to the leader now. Whatever car he's in is a very quick car in a straight line there, because we had a slipstream and still didn't close any time in the straights. In fact, he was in the Italia, wasn't he? He was in the 296, the Ferrari. .2, he's lost quite a bit of time there somewhere. Catching up to both these guys quite a bit, but that's not very nice to have that lag in front of us there. That's not what we want. He's going to run wide, but we're going to have to lift a lot there to try and avoid him. Oh, felt that sliding there. Just slight short shifts in this Jag as well. It does feel to pull. Feels like it pulls better at the lower end of the gear. Not quite up this hill though. I'm going to go 6 because we have the slipstream. 155. Closing quite well here. Gap below 7 seconds, or it was 7 seconds to the leader. Oh, keep it in. Come on. Right. Mistake from Mac there. Having to lift, costing a little bit of time now. Bit of traffic here. I say traffic, we're racing them, but you know what I mean. That BMW looks like he's having an absolute nightmare on whatever tyres he's on now. I don't know, it's just the lag that's making him kind of go from side to side on the track, but try and get past both of these on the straight, I think. Look at that, we've lost 1.5 seconds now to the leader. BMW's gone. Right, we want the slipstream here of Box in front. We might get past them, we might not. This car's still got a good straight line speed, the Honda there in front. Are we going to be able to close? Slipstream's getting stronger and stronger, quicker and quicker. Come on. Quick glance at the football. Still nils each for Liverpool, Bournemouth. We're not even going to get... Look at that, we've only closed 3.5 tenths on this straight here. Now we'll be right on him as we hit the braking zone, though. Yeah, front runner was on the mediums. Let's go. Into the pits we go. Right, softs. It is. Are we going to have enough fuel here for 2 laps? Oh, God. I want the tiniest little bit of refueling, I think, because we're going to be able to use a smidge more fuel. I'm going to go up to 50. A smidge more fuel than we would in the mediums. Oh, go. That's enough. That's enough. The guys in front doing a tiny little bit of refueling as well. Go, go, go. Come on. Oh, we've ended up in front of the Honda, look. We've got the jump on him in the pit, so we've refueled a little bit less than he's needed to, which is good news. Right, 8.5 seconds to the net leader. We've got someone who stayed out at the moment, hasn't yet pitted, 16 seconds up the road. He still needs to pit. 8.5. Now, unless there's some pretty major mistakes from that race leader, which I don't think that there will be, we're going to be battling to try and stay on the podium here, I think. Oh, Bournemouth have scored. Wow. Didn't see how that one came about, but that's interesting. Right, 8.1. Let's not be watching the football now. That is not a good idea, actually, the more I think about that. 8.1 to the leader. We've got 2 laps to just try and bring that down. If he makes any mistakes, we make the most of it. I think that's where we're basically at within this race now. I've got the tyre advantage, well, potentially, but the lead has gone on the soft tyres as well. Just depends whether or not the Jag is better on the tyres than the Ferrari. Kind of matching time for the leader here, still 8.2. 8.2 still the gap. We're absolutely matching him for pace. This might come down to the last lap and who kind of has the better tyre on that very last lap, or even the last few sectors. We probably won't win this race. We're not necessarily looking to win the race, but the gap to the leader is our only reference at the minute. Twice it's done that. When you brake on the first time it done it, brake was on the grass, so I kind of understood that the back end would have just snapped out, but that done that on the curb there. That was really weird, like a jittery sort of glitch, but it was very similar to what I thought felt realistic the last time. That time it didn't feel realistic at all. Not a good exit there. Time going to be getting lost here now. Box could go for this, yeah. Two 2-0. Oh, it is as well. John, your message came through before the live TV there. How is that? Literally, as you said 2-0, I watched the ball hit the back of the net. Oh, I saw like the players running off to celebrate. That's mad. Right, 8.5 still to the leader here, who is now actually leading the race on paper as well. We've got Marcy, who's not gone into the pits, and I assume is just going to take a penalty at the end of the race and not realise the rules of this one. I'm guessing. Either that or they've got a tremendous undercut. Started on the softs, gone early, done whatever they've done, and somehow or another they've ended up back out in front. So we'll presume that we're still scrapping for P3 here, although I'm expecting that it should be scrapping for P2. It's going to be a good scrap this between box and front. Yeah, Marcy hasn't pitted yet. Fair enough. I thought that was the case. I just thought it might have been one of those miracle early pit stoppers, and then all of a sudden they've just gone completely unchecked and unnoticed. They have boxed early, and you're just presuming they're going to pit, and then they don't, and then you're gutted. But yeah, I'd figured he probably wouldn't have done. Gonna wait with him there. Yeah, an apology from each of us to each other. I think we're all good there. We'll carry on. You see me flashing the hazards. I've just waited for him just in case that one was our fault. There was a slight gap there. I think he's had a bit of a snap. We've bumped each other. Just try and be a bit more cautious. But we're going to try and work together here, I think. We've agreed we're going to try and work together subconsciously here. Right, it's a scrap for P2 here. Marcy's going to hold him up, though. Marcy still to go in the pits are probably going to get a 1 minute penalty, whatever's going to happen there. So our scrap with box here is for P2. Or it should be anyway. Try and follow box through here. Come on! I actually just don't quite have the legs in this car, even in the slipstream. I'm maxing out at 170 here. 171. I'm not going to manage to get through because Marcy's going to be between us here. We get the move on him, but then we are not going to get the move for P2. So it is going to be a P3 podium. Not too shabby. As Marcy crosses the line there, he's got a 2-minute penalty. What a killer that is for him. I'm going to presume he hasn't realised that he needs to do both sets of tyres. Or he was just trying his luck. Which one do you reckon it is? P3 for us, though. I'll take a podium. That's not too bad. I think we started P3. We finished P3. Can't grumble. Cannot grumble. That's not a bad start, that. We want the race win, though. We've got 3 attempts. That was the first. We got 2 more to get ourselves a race win on this manufacturer's. Can we do it? Oh, John, thank you so much, mate, for the 2. Podium. Yes. I was stressing a little bit because Marcy there in front. How many times have we gone, oh, they're so far ahead, or this or that, they must still need to pit, or they haven't pitted. And then it turns out they have, and they've just been way quicker, and somehow they've done an undercut, they've ended up way further ahead, and we've just not noticed. I was worried that that was going to be the case, but we got the podium. Thank you so much for the 2 there, John. Absolute hero. Bill saying, look at you, not bad. We're getting there, mate, we're getting there. Let's just have a look, by the way, at the points rankings based off of the last couple of races, the last rounds. Round 3, 0. What's all that about then? Because we're on to round 4 now, aren't we? How have I ended up with 0 points for round 3? Does anyone know why that would be? We ended up with 0 points there. I did rage quit, but I did a race before, which got good points. So would you end up with 0 because of that? Like 0 overall? Is that how that works? I mean, if anyone saw that stream, I didn't think that it was last result counted, though, because we were chatting about this before on that stream. Only the last result counts. I don't understand why they would do that then. Is that actually the case? Because we weren't sure. Is that actually the case? Oh, man, I didn't realise that. I didn't realise that. Well, that becomes the problem, though, because then it's like, oh, well, we've got a podium, but can we do better, can we not? And then you would just get loads of people going, well, I'll not do the next race, just in case. Yeah, I know you did, John. Yeah, a few people said that, and then a few people said it was the best result. But you would think that the best result would make more sense, because then people aren't going to go and avoid the next 2 rounds because they got like a P3 and they go, oh, well, that's probably as good as. Oh, that's really annoying, that. So on the points rankings then, after those 2 rounds, we were actually in the top 5% for this as well. And we were 4th for Jaguar's manufacturer ranking, which is a killer because we could have been top ranking for the manufacturer, I think. Not many people are in the Jag. We'll keep going across those races, though. We might pick that back up, but that's a killer. That is such a killer. Right, well, we're at 1:15 now, so what do we do in terms of races? I haven't looked at Daily Race B yet, but do we really want to do 15 minutes of quali, or do we want to have a stab 2 races at at Sardinia. I think that's probably the more likely. Let's go Affinity Racing Red. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Best race is good, but makes you more reckless. Yeah. Oh, I didn't realise Liverpool had scored. Got on that there. Yeah, I see what. Yeah, it depends, doesn't it? Yeah. I always end up preferring to be in cockpit view on the slower cars for some reason. Right, this is a layout that we haven't had on this game in ages. Probably, if at all. I don't remember this one being on at all. So I've only done this actual layout probably a couple of times. In the very early days, I remember it, of Gran Turismo Sport. I've snapped it the other way now. Idiot. We're going to beat the Ghost convincingly now, though. I remember this one in, I think, Group 3 or Group 4. And it was such a tricky track. Like, this uphill section here is so great. Love it. Had it 3 or 4 times last year. Well, I wouldn't have raced any of them then. Right, let's see if we can beat that 109. Oh, we're not. We're not. We're not. Usually it's a daily race here, yeah. I'll not have... I've definitely not done it in a daily race. As in, like, I haven't done it. It might have come up as a combo, but I've just not been on it. But it is a great little track layout, this. Like a go-kart track. Right, so we don't want to... Oh, I've still done it again. Lifted off just a bit too much. The lift-off oversteer still. Easy to unsettle a big car like this. And then... I remember if you got this right and you got flat all the way down there, it was such a great track. Such a great track. Love it. That corner is so tricky. Right, let's give this a go. Come on. We've got to aim for a laugh here. A laugh is all we're after. Those two at the back have had a disastrous start. Oh, and so it begins. Daily Race here. Welcome, everybody. Where literally nothing changes. Oh, don't hit the wall. I'm going to lose out here. Yeah. Let's try and go again. Someone into the pits already. That is what we want. There we go. Oh, not onto the grass that much though. I've gone too far there. Well, this is a struggle. Is it? I didn't know that. Deep Forest based on a real track. I did not know that. Interesting. No, I didn't know that. I'll have to have a look, see if I can find what track it was based on. Look at that, we've got people lapping under a minute now around here. So as far as being off the pace goes, well, I definitely am off the pace. With my lousy 1 minute and 5/10. Oh, nah, that's it. It's gone. Not that I was really in the race as such there, but I was in the race with at least 2 of them. Briefly, not in the race anymore. This is the struggle with like actual real-world cars, is that you do not have the cages and anti-roll boards for the tyres to just slide and snap back. You have the weight of the car that wobbles around like jelly, and if you don't catch it going one way, you've got the big pendulum effect as it goes the other, like so. That was just being a little bit too silly on the throttle, that one, to be fair. Oh no! Oh, that's the big frustrating difference between that and normal or proper GT racing cars, isn't it? You throw it in left, you throw it in right, and the car will eventually catch up. This, it's like putting the steering input on a postcard. Wobbles one way, wobbles the other. Still a great car, this, though. In the actual or real world. And fact, at the minute, I'm going back through watching all the old Top Gears right from the start. And I'm 10 seasons in now because I started a long time ago. But the episode that I've just seen, all three of them absolutely love this car. The Maserati Gran Turismo S. Well, that was horrific. Or at least horrifically driven by me. Should we try that one again? Or do we go a different race? Oh, we're not going to be able to do the other ones now, look. Annoyingly. Same as the AC/DC song Thunder, yeah. Well, he is from... Brian Johnson is, of course, a Geordie. If you didn't know, he's from... where is he from? He's from North Shields, I think, if I remember rightly. Which is literally 5 minutes from where we are, or where I am right now. Right, yeah, do we go again, or probably are best off going again? Well, we can't really do any other races, or do we end up doing 2 laps of the Nurburgring? Might as well just go for a race. Or should we have a quick look at what the time trial is? Oh, God. This car at Circuit Villeneuve, no thank you. How close to the 130 can we get? Should we try this for a little bit? Group 1 at Daytona? What do we think? What should we do? I reckon, should we go for... Oh, you can do any car. Oh, wow, you can do any car. What car's everyone else in then? The 750, of course they are. Obviously. That's tragic, that is. Let's go 750. Let's see if we can get the gold within 3 laps. We've got to get the gold within 3 laps. That's the challenge. Let's go. That's brutal. How do we get a penalty for hitting the wall? I was going to say, this feels so much quicker than the daily race, but of course we're on the soft tyres, and it might not be the same balance of power tuning as the daily race. This feels so much quicker here. Right, so this lap's invalidated, which normally means that the following lap is also invalidated. So then our last lap, which is our 3rd lap, which was the challenge to get the gold by lap 3, is going to be the only one that actually counts, I think. Well, I'll tell you what, actually, that might actually be a challenge. To get within the 33... So we've got to find 7/10 on our time. And make sure that lap's not invalidated. Right, 5.5 there. We might be alright, actually. Might be easier than I thought. However, I still can't bin it, which is what I'm quite good at doing. Don't go too wide there. There we go. Oh, we might have done it by 2 laps if we can keep this up. Don't invalidate the lap. Go. There we go. 1/10 clear of the gold time. We'll have that. Right, let's jump in and do daily race C. Daily race A. How do I pronounce the word understand? Understand. Which, ironically, I have to try and dim down the Geordie accent, otherwise you wouldn't be able to understand what I'm saying. If I actually crossed the line properly there, I might not end up starting at the back. It might have been a 1 minute, that. Oh well, there you go. I would have been maybe one position further ahead, or probably exactly where I am. Right, let's go again for this one, and then we'll be back into the Nurburgring, which is what everyone tunes in to watch. None of this daily race A nonsense. Ah, look at that. Box Extremes just messaged and said, what a great race, GG. There we go, we'll message him back. Right, here we go. trust my own right foot rather than traction control on this occasion. It did not pay off. Oh, a bit of a short shift in this is worth it by the looks of things. Around the outside of it. What a move from Zero there. I was just going to say, around the outside of turn 1, never a good idea on a daily race A, realistically. Oh, someone's hit the wall. A crazy man has hit the wall. As has literally everybody else. So we're going to get a double move there. One round the outside of Zero, and then one on the undercut of Crazy Man. Right, we've got Jim Bob in front. Good scrapping here from Zero. He's gone round the outside. We've given the space. Going to have the inside line here. I'm going to stay to the inside as we hit the brakes just to make sure we give him the room. No, 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 no. I was just going to say, let the lift-off oversteer commence. Well, I would not buy this car in the real world. Ah! Can't spin the wheel quick enough to counteract the understeer. Or in that case, the oversteer. Oh, now my wheel has slipped off the belt. Tremendous. It loses all sense of what the middle is. Disaster. Right, still 2-1 Liverpool. We should just do a watch along of that, shouldn't we? Super Sunday tomorrow. Who's playing? Arsenal, Man United. And Newcastle, Aston Villa. Yes. I'm trying to be what I think feels quick in this car, but I'm just obviously not now going to catch up to literally anybody at all. Even for the rest of this race. 25 seconds up the road. I'm not going to be catching anytime soon. Can we get P9 of all the positions in the world in this race to be had? We're scrapping for P9. Come on. Both of us had the same idea there. Understeer straight off the track. Nice. Oh, now he's got a penalty. We can't even race him properly. There we go. I kind of feel like I'm getting used to the car now, he says. Final lap, come on. Try and aim for fastest lap. Not that we're going to get that. Curious to see if traction control feels like it makes any difference to the car or not. Nope. Nope. I was trying to absolutely keep it floored there. That's so strange. Wow. Well, we've butchered that one very well then, haven't we? Oh, let's not rage quit. That's not what we're about. That's not what I was trying to do. I was going to see if it would just take us straight to the pits, but it wouldn't, would it? Dreadful. There we go. Yeah, glad you haven't tried this one. It's a difficult car to get used to. It's when you get it on the grass. If you just get that wheel spin, the car snaps. As soon as you try and correct it, it's all over the place. But that's just me correcting it in the way that I would do a GT3 car, which can kind of handle that a little bit better. Right, let's go for manufacturers. Bit of maintenance beforehand. Engine swap, as always. Oh, excuse me. Right, jobs are good. Okay, I'm gonna quick toilet break, and then we'll be back. Bosh. Right, we're back. We brought some chocolate with us as well, just in case. James asking there, are you close to A plus DR rank? We kind of are. And then we're kind of not. We get close. And then when we do get to A plus... Oh, Jesus. I've got my phone playing the stream still. Yeah, when we do get to A plus, we very quickly end back up at A. We drop down very quickly. So I'm kind of right on the edge is kind of where we have our best races with the lobbies that are like very top A, bottom of A plus. And then once I'm in with the actual tippy top A pluses, sadly, I don't have the time to practice to be as good as they are. But I even think with all the practice in the world, I have reached my peak. Yeah, put Carly saying there, we got A plus a month or two ago, we were. And then we dropped down very quickly. Yeah, we were A plus. There was one instance where we were A plus for about 3 races. Got to A plus, had 3 disastrous races, back down to A. So, yeah. Right, what's Liverpool not happy about here? A free kick. Right then. Well, we'll get ourselves in for this one. We've got about a minute or 2 left. I wonder if we go for the... Let's check. Click user page. Well, what's user page? My page. Where is it? It doesn't actually tell you your DR though, does it? In this here. Or it tells you your rank, but it doesn't tell you your... Yeah, you got to be consistent when you get to A+. I was finding that I didn't have the time. What we normally do on the streams is I'll jump onto a stream and we'll start streaming. And we'll start racing and we'll be all right. As soon as we're in the A+, I really need to get on for about an hour, you know, half an hour to an hour before to get some practice. Just to see, you know, where those... The first couple of races on most of our streams is like taken off the first second or a second and a half of our lap time. If it's a 1:23 lap, we'll maybe be at 1:26, and we get it down to like 1:24 and a half. Just say I'm just making up numbers, whatever the race or it might be. It would take about a second and a half off on the stream, and then the last second is really difficult. If I can already get down to that before we start the streams, then I'll probably be a little bit better in the races. But yeah, I don't know. Just don't quite have the time to get on beforehand. But maybe I should, you know, try and make the time really, because then the streams are always a lot better for it as well. So, yeah, I tell you one thing I do want to do. If anybody's got any suggestions here, by the way, I would love to get any suggestions. So, I want to do. So we do our live streams every Monday night, right? And what I'll normally try and do for a video on the channel, I'll normally try and make a video or an episode of some kind out of one of the races. So it might be we had a really good race, this dirty driver does this, does that, and you're obviously trying to think of the content as much as you are doing the racing as well. But one thing that I want to do each week, which we've started to try to do, but we don't manage to do it every week, is some kind of challenge or sometime, you know, can we do this, can we do that? What happens if you do this, what happens if you do that on Gran Turismo? So that in the weeks where we don't have an episode that comes from a stream or a race, because some of them might just be, you know, decent races but nothing too exciting, and then I'm sat there going, I've got sort of like no content or nothing to try and create this week. So we started doing some little challenges and bits and pieces. We've done the one the other day of like how many times can this car go around the Nurburgring, or the world's, you know, the fastest road car versus LMP1 cars. I want to do a few more of those. If anybody's got any ideas on what they could be or what those challenges could be, I started to do attempting the laps of some tracks, like in reverse layout. So we've done like Brands Hatch in reverse and stuff, but yeah, it's difficult to try and think of some ideas, and you're trying to think of what people want to actually watch as well. So if anybody's got any ideas or just daft little challenges or putting the biggest engine in the smallest car, whatever it might be, if you've got any suggestions, I would absolutely love to hear them, and we will try and do them on the channel and sort of make a video out of them. That would be the plan. Let me just jump over there 2 seconds, sort that screen out over here. Right, let's go. Right, and we're going to take this easy, this lap again, this out lap here. And we're going to try to anyway. Try and do the lap time challenges more, okay. The ones that are out on the Thursday, the time trial challenges, I got you. Yeah, I don't do too much of them. The thing is, it's like qualifying and time trialing is my biggest weakness. That's the thing that I struggle with the most. So maybe the more of them that I do, the quicker or the better I will get. So that's a good idea. We are literally going to crawl around this. It's not even funny. Going to crawl around this so slowly. On the straights we can put our foot down, but we're not taking the corners too quick. Protect the tyres. It worked for us in the last race because everybody went and flew round their quali lap, their out lap, and then had no tyres left for their quali lap. Yeah, doing a few of those time trials, definitely. They might make me a bit quicker, for sure. The guys in the A rank are fast. Yeah, some of them are. No doubt about that, definitely. I feel like we're not too far off in terms of qualifying. Everybody tries to get on the, top 100 or top 10 lap times, obviously, for some of the races in quali. I think we're normally doing all right. We're normally like top 250 to top 500, which depending on how popular the race is that week. So, there's still a little bit to go, but we're not doing too bad. That's probably still like the top 1%, I guess, of racers. But yeah, need to get a little bit quicker. Sorry, I'm just going to let these guys past. That is crazy to me, that, by the way. That felt like I was crawling there, and we were still doing 100 miles an hour, which is pretty nuts. That actually does make you realise, on the screen, this track and all of the tracks look quite small, and then you see a track in real life. If you ever stood at a racetrack, you go, God, this is so much bigger than you think as you, the person, stood there in the middle of the track. And then you realise that on these sims and stuff like that, you're actually going from one corner to another at the speed of like 100 miles an hour. And it's why they look half the size of what they are in real life. Whereas everybody's got a reference when it comes to like a football. They go, oh, it's the size of a football pitch, and everyone go, oh, I kind of picture that. If you go out to the size of a racetrack, you don't have the reference, do you? Oh, another Liverpool goal. Yeah, everyone gets the pronunciation of his name wrong. Soberslai. Free kick. Yeah, beauty that one. What a beauty. Liverpool bringing it back. This outlap is painful, isn't it? When you're not pushing around the Nurburgring, it's the same as if you get damage on a lap. If you're doing a race and you get damage on a lap and you've got to actually crawl back to the pits, it is so painful. Right, after 12 weeks and about 8 days and a few hours, we've completed, or are about to complete, the outlap of the Nurburgring, and we can start with a quali lap. So, let's not get this one wrong, shall we? So we've been probably about a minute slower than the last lap there, now that we know we've got plenty of time afterwards. Here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Will I reach A+ rank in the stream tonight? Probably not, I think. I would have to get 2 race wins. And then maybe a few more daily races, I think, before we have any chance of that. But we're always trying to get to A+. Right, come on, come on, come on. Let's go, come on. Right, predictions in. What do you think our lap time will be for our qualifying? We set an 8:12 in the last lap, which put us on provisional pole, and then 2 people pipped us. 1:12 there. We're slower than we were on our last lap. We were about half a second slower in those first two sectors. Bucali's saying an 8:10. I would definitely take an 8:10. That is a decent lap. I think the pole position lap in the last lobby was an 8:09. I just need to accept I need to start pushing a bit more than what I am here. Nah! No. No, 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 no! Butchered it. Absolutely butchered it at the start of the lap here. Nightmare. Nightmare. We're going to be at the back of the grid for this one then. Damn it. Bucali's now saying an 8:22. Yeah, we've lost a lot of time there. Ah, bugger. Right, come on, I'm really trying to push now, trying to make up what time we can. Even if we can just get a mid-table start, that'll be good. Oh, nah, I'm too busy looking at the chat now. I was trying to read James' last message there. Past peak time, what do you mean? Oh, wait, there's a message before, hang on. Waiting for Spa on Wednesday for the manufacturers, yeah, where you'll be stronger. Not sure if it's past peak time for daily race 8. Not too many, yeah, I think so. Or I think most of them are just on here, really. On the manufacturers. I've only jumped into race 8 because there was nothing else happening. I wouldn't normally be on race 8, to be fair. No. Yeah, I've really done a bad job of this lap, to be fair. I'm going to end up right at the back. Do we think maybe this is the race to attempt the two-stop strategy? feel like it might be. We're already starting at the back. Or near the back. We might as well do one lap on the mediums and then just try and undercut our way forward. It could work. What do we reckon? People setting 8.10s. Tiomi for 8.10 for pole position. $8.12, $8.14 is the top three. I think the 3 laps on the softs is going to be a bit too much of a struggle. I think they'll be in not very nice shape by the end, to be honest. It just depends though, because trying to drive absolutely flat out around here for 5 laps is difficult, as we know. And so, whilst we might be able to be theoretically quicker on optimal time, it depends whether or not we're actually going to bin it, basically. Which could be the problem. Yeah, we're going to be closer to an 8.20 than an 8.10 here. Tragic. Absolutely tragic. Being a 21 or a 22 here. Mid 22. Wow. I've absolutely butchered that lap then. Not done as good. Not done as good. Right, we are then. Well, I think we go different. We go for the medium and then 2 sets on the softs. And we do our best with that. Just whether or not we gain, like how much was the, I didn't check how long the pit stop was in the last one. I mean, it's very, very unlikely that it works, but no worries, John. Have you got anything exciting happening? Daughter needs a lift back to Ludlow. Where's that? Is that far? I feel like I'm partly doing a watch along, but I'm not commentating on the football. Apart from saying, oh, it's 2-1. Oh, 2-2. Picardly saying, perhaps an aggressive strat with 2 laps with the softs, then 1 on the mediums, then 1 with the softs. Yeah, potentially. It's a difficult one, isn't it? Yeah, because then depending on the situation, I see, yeah, we could then go 3 on the medium. That's a good point, yeah. Yeah, because if we come off the mediums after 1 lap, I guess then we're stuck, aren't we? But then it means if we start on the... Oh, Brentford, they've scored. Bournemouth scored. Unbelievable. Do you know what? I'm gonna go medium for this one, only because I think if we start on the softs and then we end up losing a bit more time because we really are stuck in traffic now. Look at this. We're right the way at the back. I think that we might struggle. I really don't think we'll get 3 on the softs, not unless we were really looking after the tyres. We'll try this, and then we'll try the strategy that we're saying there, I think, on the next one. We'll give all of them a go. Unless we really do think one or the other, or the one that we've done in the previous race is better. Have to be fast on all tracks when you're A+ DR rank? Yeah, well, that's my problem. I'm quick on a few and slow on most. Yeah, it does make this one interesting because there is a lot of possibilities. Doing the 2-stop probably isn't the quickest strategy if you are out at the front, but I think us being at the back, we might make up more places that way rather than being stuck behind someone. You've seen how long Box was behind us in the first race. He was behind us for about a lap and a half before he eventually got in front. And at that point, we were probably holding him up quite a bit and losing a lot of time. Right, let's go. And as we say, we're going to try, and probably not the quickest strategy, but hopefully one that repairs this race after a disastrous quali, putting us right at the back. Why is it that it seems Bournemouth beats, like, every single time I watch a Bournemouth game, Bournemouth win? Like, they're everybody's bogey team, Bournemouth. Feels like it for the past few years. Every time I've seen them play Liverpool, they win. Man United, Arsenal, they've upset. Yeah, Spa, I'm happy with Spa. I love Spa. Picali's got a point, yeah. Basically, the fastest driver in this lobby, one of, we could, if we lap it right, we could have been on for pole. Just try not to activate lawnmower mode. I got you. Let's do that then. Or let's not do that. Right, from the back of the grid, this one is then. We're going to have to do our best. We're still going to want to try and get a couple of places, if we can do, this lap, just to not be too held up. Oh, someone's going to almost... I had to roll off the brakes there because someone was going to come absolutely launching into us from way, way back. Oh, a little bit of a lag there. Don't know if we saw that. A little bit of a lag. Oh, everyone seems to be lagging and bumping each other a little bit here. Not ideal. See that he was just going to make sure he stayed in front of us there no matter what. Oh, we were right on the apex. There's no more room we could have possibly given there, because we couldn't have been any further one way or the other. Right, P12. Remember, we are coming in at the end of this lap. In at the end of this lap. So it's all about pushing as much as we can do. This is the sort of thing we don't want now. Getting held up. 8 seconds is the gap to the leader. I was committed to going for that one there, but he was also committed. I'm just trying to cause enough. There we go. A bit of a distraction. Oh, it's worked. If you can't get past, just distract. Try and just force the error there, which has worked in our favour. We're up to P10. Come on. Well, we started from P14. We can see P8 and well, P7 actually in front of him. Which that in itself wouldn't be too bad, would it? The question is now, if we actually have a look, should we come off the tyres or not, or should we just try and press forward on track? Are we actually going to make the time back of that extra pit stop? If there's a race to try and do that and make it work, or if there's a race where it is going to work, it's this one here, having started so far back. We're 8.5 seconds off the lead. The problem is, if we just match the pace of the leader, we're never going to crawl forward through the grid. I'm going to have to be a second, 2 seconds a lap faster than the race leader to even close him down, never mind get past everybody else who's in front. Yeah, for a podium finish, probably just do the one stop. Oh, what do we reckon? I feel like I'm committed to this strategy, but I feel like I want to give it a go. But realistically, another pit stop of probably 20 or so seconds. Maybe we just try and push on here. Yeah, let's just go for it. Let's just try and push on. Right, we got that. We got P8 now. We've lost about a second and a bit to the leader. Not that we're necessarily going to win this race, but we want a better result than the P3 podium that we got in the last one. Yeah, 3 on the medium, 2 on the soft. Let's just try and stick with that strategy then. Smell you later. No worries, John. Catch you back here in a bit. Hopefully next time you tune in, we've managed a decent result out of this one, but we'll see. That was the mistake I made in quali. Alright, come on, we're going to have the slipstream of this Mazda. We should get past him on this back straight here. 9.6 here, come on. Closing the gap in places to the leader. Oh, we got a big group of cars in front here. This is going to take us up to the front of that pack is P4. I say this is going to take us to P4 as if we're going to get past them. That's not what I meant. Oh, actually, it might be the podium there. Did I see 4 cars there? 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd. Yeah. Podium. Right, race leader has potentially served a penalty there. I'm not sure. We're closing the gap to him a lot. Maybe he has, maybe he hasn't. Right, one more lap on the mediums. We're going to go straight in again. We can see there, everyone is pretty much doing the same exact strategy. Oh no, Ramos there on the soft tyres. I was going to say everyone is starting on the mediums then and doing the 3 laps. We've got someone starting on the softs. Right, 8.9 to the leader, 8.8. Right, we're the fastest car on track at the moment. Right, gap down to 8 seconds now, below 8 seconds. Right, these next few sectors here really make a difference. Oh, he's binned it. I was just going to say we might get stuck behind traffic. Now there's a bit of a gap that we can be thankful for. Gap to 7 seconds now. .8 to the leader, 6.7. We've been on a purple lap all the way around this. I should have been in 5th there. Should have been in 5th. Closing up to these guys massively if they had an incident here. I'm going. Oh! That was a very late move from this guy here. Obviously we've had maybe it's a way bigger closing speed than he's expected there. Yeah, it looked like a bit of a block. He might have just been going to the inside and not noticed the massive closing speed that we'd have naturally had. Oh, that's a shame that we've lost time to the leader now. We were down to 6.8 seconds, I think it was, wasn't it? We've lost nearly 2 seconds, which could make all the difference. Right, hopefully we can kind of slingshot our way, potentially even onto the podium here. But at the very least, up to P4 before we go into the pits. Yeah, just a tiny bit of fuel this time. I agree with that, yeah. Try and save a little bit of time in the pits. I've probably used more this time round, though. I have done. We had 43, 44% in the last... when we went into the pits. We're already down to 41 here. But yeah, we can top that back up to maybe 46, 47%. No! Killer. Damn it. What an absolute killer. Oh, that was so stupid. That was so stupid. My fault, that. My fault, that. Can't believe I've just done that. Cannot believe I've just done that. Not the ideal pit stop then. Damn it, we drove so well on those medium tyres on that last lap there. Bit too aggressive. I don't know why. I just assumed there was space to go kind of like 2x2 into the pits. Just got that all kinds of wrong there. Right, 2 laps to absolutely push like hell now then. Should have just went round him there. Rather than trying to work with a Ferrari, just didn't time that one very well. Oh, he's had a lift and then... oh, he's had a snap and then we've had a lift. It's getting worse. Of course. Right, Nagy's gone. I am not as quick as I thought I could have been here to try and close this gap back up. That entry into the pits has been an absolute killer though. I'm kicking myself still for that, and I'll be kicking myself at the end of the race for it. Ah! Need third. Trying very hard to break that slipstream. Great racing. Great racing. We'll have that to the inside now. Right, we're 2 places off the podium, which will equal our previous race. Now, if they do take best race result, we want to hope that we can at least match the last round. Now, one of those guys, Speedster at the top, I think has not pitted. Or as well as I've kept track of the race, which isn't always the best job. he does still need to pit, I think. So, we only need one more place in my head, I think. We only need one more place made up to get onto the podium. Whether or not we can do that, though, different question. Right, 8.8 to the guy in front. That is for what we think is the net podium for the end of this race. .3, I think that was there, or 2.1. Right, staying in 5th this time. Gap is still 8.5 though, not managed to pull much closer to the guy in P4. Lose a load of time there, that's for sure. Messed that up as well. Still driving at sort of full out attack here, but .9 is not going to be enough. I tell you what though, from P14, 5th still is a pretty good result. That's not too bad at all. Yes, and then this Smiling Speedster here, he's going to keep dropping down with the penalty. I'm guessing. Doesn't seem to say that they've crossed the line yet though, does it? Surely they've crossed the line by now. Oh, there you go. He just has now. Right, hopefully this Smiling Speedster is going to get a penalty there, presuming that he hasn't pitted, but I've not kept full track of the running order. No, he had pitted. Ah, right, okay. Well, no penalty for him. So it is going to be P5 for us then. Ah, damn. Damn. P5 still not bad though, as we say, from P14. Nine positions raised, not too shabby. We'll have that. We'll have that. Right, what do we do for an hour then? That's the question. What do we do for an hour? I think let's go try and get a good lap. Or a couple of good laps, hopefully, on Daily Race C. Right, decent though in terms of the second race there for the progress that we made, but it's not as good as the first result. So we're going to have to go back in and try and do better than P5 and hopefully better than P3. We've got to go into the next one hoping to get a race win, I think. But we'll see how we get on for Daily Race C. Right, guess us in then. What do you think our quali time will be for this one? We're going to see if we can improve on that 33.2, which is all that we've managed on the mediums. Oh, there we go. We already beat it. First lap, we've beaten it, which is what we were desperately trying to do on the live streams on Monday and Wednesday. Could not manage a good lap around here, though. Here we go. Now we're talking. We're going to get ourselves down into the 32s now. We might actually start somewhere half decent in these races now. How come all of a sudden I'm now topping these times? Well, not topping the times, but topping my own times. When I could not get a single half decent lap in when we were trying to do qualifying on the streams earlier in the week. Wide there. Oh, that was not a nice snap there. Actually, we get entered now, I think. Right, I might actually try and use, since we've got a bit of time, I might actually try and use that data logger for probably the first time ever. Should we just go top time? Have a quick watch of this replay first. All very good, all very interesting. That's interesting that he's gone tight to that apex there. That I wouldn't have expected. He's going to stay in third there rather than shift up to fourth. Down into first, let the car roll through, get turned early on the power. All the way up to the wall. Very easy if you get too early on the power to end up understeering into that wall, which is not good. So he's going about 75% there, isn't he, on his short shifts? We've been going a little bit early, maybe it's too early in that case. Look how he cuts that so perfectly well, and all of those just cut so perfectly well. That's a 112.6 on the final sector, or before he does the last sector. That is absolutely wild. Right, now, unless I'm being a wally, how do you actually, or do we know, or is it only on friends that you can do it? How do you load their ghost? Or do you do that in the thing? Because you load their ghost is how you get the data logger, I think. Is that right? No, no option to load that ghost. Does anybody know how to do that, or am I just being stupid? I guess I may be being stupid. Or do you do it in this bit here? No, that's where I've just been, man. Do you do it in the next bit, in the actual... in the actual time trial lobby? No, surely not. Surely you don't do it in here, I don't think. Or do you? Ah! So it shows it in here. Ah, ha 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 ha. Right, okay. Right, so let's right, okay, let's set my lap then. And then we can compare. Already gone too wide. Right, guess us in. What do you think our lap in purple can be here then? We're down into the 32s now, which took all of our stream last week for me to not be able to do. So we're down into the 32s now. I want to try and improve on that as much as I can. I'm going to go all the way out wide so we cross the line with as much speed as possible into turn 1. Not quite close enough to the apex on that one. Need to be way earlier on the power there as well. That's the one that I found interesting. Going tight to the apex on that one. Nope. Completely butchered that. Completely butchered that. We go one more. Ah, no. Oh, that was a really good exit initially there as well. Butchered that completely. Right, I can still be on for a better lap if I just don't muck up this chicane, because I lost loads of time in there on the last lap. Go one more. Right, there we go. That's the better exit. We lost pretty much that whole 10th. We might claw that back here by the time we hit the braking zone. You're kidding me. That must be by a pixel. By a pixel that we are out there. Man, disaster. Right, so if I go data logger now, I should, or will I not see? No, wait a minute. No. How do I then go? How do I then see? Ah, here we go. Right, there we go. I've got it sussed now. Okay, so here we're going to see the dramatic difference. So he's actually a little bit wider there, and then he crosses over to go tighter at the apex. Again, there you see tighter. I'm actually earlier on the power there, but we're still... Does this mean we're level, or is this just not displaying this very well? Because according to that, we are absolutely... Oh yeah, the gap, half a second. But it's displaying it in like absolute real time. So that's kind of not that helpful. Because you want to see how much the gap is, don't you? But it's kind of like got it so that the two cars are always on top of each other. Right, okay, so this is interesting here then. So in terms of braking, he's carrying way more speed still. Oh no, actually, he's slowing down more. But then he's earlier on the power, I think. Yeah. This is actually really, really helpful, but I think you just want to get it set so you know what data that you want to look at. That is really cool, that though. That is very, very good. Ah, there we go, there we go, there we go. So then we can actually see the gap, no? Ah, there we go. I want that zoomed out. Oh my god, there you go. You can see the difference now, look. Now that we zoomed out, you can see the difference. Right, okay. That's really cool. That's really interesting. So he's still carrying more speed through that chicane here. So, whoa, 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 whoa. It took a while for it to reconnect to my wheel after the controller. Right, let's see if we can cross the line in time here. See if we can count this lap towards something. Yes. Yes. Right, this is going to be hopefully this will be a what? Mid 32? Potentially here. Mid 32, hopefully. .32.7, I'll take that. I will take that. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Right. P8. We're in with a few A pluses in this one, so they are going to be pretty quick, which they absolutely are. They're down in very low 32s, which I just would probably struggle to dream of, I think, at the minute at least. Now, the question in this race was always, do you pit or do you not? And if you pit and change tyres, you can make the time, potentially make the time back up. Or if you stay out, you've really got to look after the tyres, but you need to start driving that way very early on. So you've kind of got to judge it by the first lap or two and then commit. So what do we want to do? What do we think we should do? Judge it by the first lap, I think. Come on. Someone's going to hit us there. Knew that was going to happen. See that straight away. Hit again. Wasn't the best racing from me because I'd already broke a bit too late into the turn 3 just before we get out onto this back straight. Oh my god. Yeah, it's already gone wrong. Already gone major wrong. Down into P10. It feels like it's always us that is the worst off with... Oh my god. It always feels like it's us that'll end up being the worst off. Even if it's an incident that we weren't involved in and we've just sort of been bystanders of, we always end up with the most damage and the most time lost and the most positions lost every time. So I don't quite know what's going on there. If I had no bad luck, I'd have no luck at all. Don't push us off now. That was you guys having the fight. We're not involved in that one. Really? We might as well just give up. Like, look at that, man. Honestly. Typical. Well, we were matching them for pace there, James, weren't we? But when you're in a lobby with people who are going to end up bumping into us at every turn and corner, you got no chance. That's going to be a penalty as well. Yeah. Oh, I've just completely mucked that turn there, didn't I? I'll be honest, half wasn't watching where I was going there. So I was getting too busy trying to look at the timing boards. Oh, let's just give up on that one, shall we? Let's just give up on that. Oh, God. Horrendous. Horrendous. Right, another race, another race. Oops. Right. For anyone watching, if you can do me a favour and hit the subscribe button if you haven't done so already, by the way. That is a massive, massive help to such a small channel. And if you can hit the like button on the stream. Like button and subscribe. Massive, massive help. Let me just see. Renato, thank you so much for subscribing. That says that was either a few minutes ago or a few seconds ago. So if you're still on, Renato, thank you so much for subscribing. Absolute hero. I massively, massively appreciate that. Thank you so much. Right, well, we go again. Predictions in. How do we think we'll get on in this race? Oh, that's a good start from Needham here at the back. We're going to be P8, and we are P8. I've never seen so many Maserati Gran Turismos in all my life. Oh, we might spot a gap here. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Wonderful. And all of a sudden we're up to P4. Have at it. What a treat. Someone's going to come flying in behind us there. They're just going to miss us. And away we go. I want a spoiler on the back of my car. Look at that. That's what I'm missing. Right, we're up to P4 then. Oh. Well, wasn't that likely to happen. Oh, being hit again there. That one was not my fault, that. Not my fault, that one. Well, we can say someone hit me, or we can think of something much worse to say, can't we? Some absolute beep, 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 beep hit me. don't think we're going to close to these guys, are we? But if someone bins it, we'll grab a place. Such is the way of every single race that I ever do. Oh, come on. I'm really hoping that this next Nurburgring race is going to be good. Because if I should have ended it when we got that podium, that P3 right at the start, I'm going to be gutted. We might still be able to get P6 yet if we can chase this guy down in front, look. Half second. Can we close to this guy for P6? Come on. Oh my god. Disaster. Yet again. Final lap of pain in this otherwise decent car and combo. disaster. Right. Let's go. Yeah, not do this daily race ever again. Bukali, I agree. I agree. And I don't want to do it ever again either. Oh, this is really annoying because all of these guys are in the pits. They've literally all parked up in the pits. So you just got to wait until they're done. Right, Nurburgring next, but I'm debating what to do for this one. Obviously, we want to do really well and get a really good quality and all the rest of it, but is it going to be better than the P5 we've just got? That is the question. Since we've now discovered, since I was an idiot and didn't do my research when I said, oh, that's interesting, I'll look into that last week to see whether or not it was your best result or your last result. And it's going to be your last result. So you could win the race 1, do race 2, and finish last. And race 2, where you finish last, is the points that count. So this is going to be tricky, this. We want to do well, though. Probably gained DR. Yeah, in the manufacturers, you mean, Bakali? Definitely not in that last one, I wouldn't have thought. In fact, it might be that DR and SR is removed, I think. On that daily race. Let's just check. Is it? Is it not? Nope. DR and SR is included by the looks of things. Right, yeah, in that last race. Yeah, I thought that the daily race here, for the most part, they've normally got it switched off, DR and SR, but it looks like they had it on that one. Right, I'm going to be back for the start of this race. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, but I think Layla's in the house, so if I quickly catch her, I haven't seen her yet today. So it might be a couple of minutes more. But we'll be back for the start of this race, so I will see you all back here in a little bit. Right. Put my phone back on charge. Whew. Okie dokie then. So, we're not going to get a lap in of the Nurburgring in 1 minute 30 seconds, are we? Absolutely not. Absolutely nada. Right, the only thing that feels like it's missing for me is the fact that we haven't had any weather in this one. It feels like we could have had the absolute ultimate of proper dynamic weather in these races. But I will say, the fact that we've ended up doing the same strategy in both races, but the fact that we've been considering other strategies and what order should we do, and this number of laps on that and that number of laps on this, I think is actually really, really good. So this combo this week's been pretty decent, I would say, for this round. I wouldn't have ever complained if we ended up with a bit of wet weather, but I maybe don't think that we would have got the two good results that we have. I always bin it in the rain. I always end up binning it in the rain. But yeah, really enjoyed these two races. So hopefully this last one is a good one. It'll be the last one of the stream. And then we will be... Obviously, it's Saturday night. We'll be back on Monday anyways for a new week of dailies, and it all begins again. But yeah, if there's any challenges and little ideas or little bits of content and just sort of stuff that you would like to see on the channel, we've been trying to think of some ideas. So if you do have any, drop them in the chat or in the comments on some videos, or drop me a message. We want to try and get loads of really good stuff, but we don't just want to do crap, you know, just stuff that everybody's kind of doing, really. Because we want to do loads of real world videos out in the real world, in real cars, and we're still going to do loads of that. But I wanted to kick the year off doing like one of those, at least one of those a month, because they cost a lot of money and they're a big production and all the rest of it. And I was like, if we can maybe do one a month, that would be really, really good. But I don't quite think that that's going to be the case. We've not got anything filmed for January, so I kind of have to sort of fall back on the sim racing stuff, because obviously we definitely can do those last. They can last the channel ages, you know. And they obviously don't cost that much money to film and record. So we want to try and get a good balance of still like really enjoying sim racing, but actually being able to go out and do the real world videos. But they cost so much that we'd probably be lucky if we managed to get a few of them done a year at the moment. And we're trying to save money as a business while we hoard money and hoard cash. Not that we've got much of it. To go buy the MOT station, go buy the garage that we were going to buy, and all that sort of stuff. But it's looking a bit challenging at the moment. So yeah, if anyone's got any ideas, drop them in the chat, drop them in the comments, and we will give it a bash. Anything that involves a Nurburgring challenge, you can obviously count me in for. Yeah, to be fair, the latest Red Bull in the rain, there were some great. What a combo that was. Was that Nations Cup or was that manufacturers? I don't think it was a daily race, was it? I might be wrong. But yeah, I remember you commenting on that, commenting on that, Bukali, the other day. Come on! Go, 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 go. Right, the world's slowest and longest outlap continues, or begins and continues. I really want to make sure we get a good lap here. We need a game like I Spy for the length of this track, don't we? Right, come on. We finally completed. Well, we still haven't done it yet. We still got like another minute to go, but we're on the home stretch, literally. Right, predictions in for this quali lap. We want to aim for an 8:10. An 8:10 is what we want to think about for pole, in terms of pole position, challenging for. We've got an 8:08 before quali, but obviously that is on fresh tyres. These have now done an out lap. Try and aim for 8:10. That got pole position in the last race. Let's hope that it can do that for us if we manage to get something like that. So let's go. Predictions in. If you want to be brave, if you guess correctly, our qualifying time, free t-shirt from the merch store. Get your guesses in. And if you get it absolutely bang on, or I've messed my sentence up there, I've said that the wrong way around. If you get it absolutely bang on, free t-shirt from the merch store. There we go. So get your guesses in. All 3 decimal places. Links in the description for the merch store. Oh, you can tell I'm out of practice saying the rules and regs on that one. First time live stream watcher here. How are we doing? Is that Paris or Pyrrhus? Let me know how I pronounce that. Thank you so much for tuning in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for stopping by and saying hello and subscribing. I massively appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, we are underway for our quali lap here. 48, that's about right. We want to be quicker than that ideally. Come on. Right, yeah, get your guesses in. If you get our quali time correct, all 3 decimal places, free t-shirt from the merch store. And you know what? It costs you nothing to do. 12.7, that's not too bad. That's about right, but we want to keep pushing and keep being as quick as we can. Let's go. Come on. Feels like an okay lap so far. Bit wide there. We're alright, we're alright, we're alright. Go. Xenophon, good evening, how are we doing? I thought I seen another message pop up there. Hope we're all well. Hope we are all well. We're trying our very best to get a good quali lap in here. I'm struggling so far, I've got to be honest. Come on. Oh, 2 corrections mid-corner. We're all good though. Yeah, I know. Don't look at the chat. Focus. You know the score. You can tell you've been watching this channel for a long time because that is my #1 mistake. Look at the chat. Drive straight into a wall. Oh, no. Slight mistake there. I went a little bit too far out to the right-hand side. That's going to have cost me quite a bit of time there. Nearly dropped out of the carousel there. Come on. Right, and 8:13 is the provisional pole at the moment. I'd like to think we should be able to beat that. It's an 8:13.399. Oh, 8:08.568. That is pole position there. I don't think anybody's beaten that. From Pardo there. We're going to get as close as we can do though. Ooh, someone else with an 8:08.6. Less than a tenth between them there. Bannister, how are we doing? You got this Affinity. Fingers crossed, buddy. Fingers crossed. Thank you for stopping by, saying hello, mate. I massively appreciate it. 8:10. It's going to be the next lap to go down from someone there. Are we going to be anywhere near? Probably rolling off the brakes just a bit too early there. Come on. Come on. 6, 7, 8, 9. We're a second off, but we're going to be top 4. Those guys up top. 2 GR Supras and a Ferrari. Quick cars, quick drivers. Look how close that. Less than a tenth. 900s in it between P1 and P2. The first way I think I said Paris first, so let me know. Is Paris correct or not? Let me know. Have a massive struggle with the new... the new Ferrari round here is... Yeah. It keeps snapping. It does. It's very, very oversteery, isn't it? Very oversteery. Our best quali lap tonight. Is that right? Oh, there we go. Oh, someone's got an 8:07 in the BMW there. Look at that. Solid qualifying. Really good lap time. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, not bad. Could obviously always still be a bit better, but not bad. Paris saying correct. Wonderful stuff. Paris it is. Wonderful. Thank you so much once again, Paris, for tuning in. I appreciate that massively. And then, yeah, as Pukali says, best qualifying of the night. Not too bad. I don't think there was any... I'm trying to scrub through the lap in my head. I don't think there was any major mistakes, really. There was one moment in that one, but I can't remember what it was now. Oh, yeah, actually, it was... I've forgotten the name of the corner, but where you go right up to the wall and then the very fast left-hander. You're still in sort of 5th gear for that. 140 round on that left-hander. I hit the grass and then had to save it, so we dropped down to like 130 miles an hour. Oh, Ducati saying, so you, I don't know if it's Uriah or Uriah Heap. I don't know if I've seen them live or not. I might have seen them at a festival. But good band. Seeing them for the first time in your life yesterday. It was awesome. Magic. What a treat. Was it a gig that they were playing? You went to the gig, or did they just happen to be playing somewhere that you were? I'm guessing you actually went to a gig, or if they were support band for someone else that you went to see. I feel like I'm about to sneeze, but also yawn at the same time. Right, we could be waiting around a little while here. We've got a few people still, one person still to finish his lap. It would be great to see where he is, just so we knew how long we have to wait. But yeah, let's have a think then. In terms of this race, it looks as if, and I think that starting on the mediums, 3 laps on the mediums, 2 on the soft is the way to go. Do we think that we do the same in this one? I am going to probably guess so. Unless we want to go for crazy, aggressive, slightly stupid, but could be interesting strategy of 1 lap on the mediums, followed by 2 stops on 2 laps of soft tyres. So basically we have an extra pit stop and try and make the time back. What do we think? What do we think of that? Bannister saying 23 likes on the stream. Wonderful stuff. Thank you so much for that, buddy. Thank you for letting me know. If you haven't hit the subscribe button, or the like button on the stream, sorry, please do so. See if we can get out to 25. A couple of more likes makes all the difference. And if there is anybody who's watching who hasn't yet subscribed, please do hit the subscribe button. Helps this tiny little channel more than you know. They had a gig here in... Oh, gig here in the hometown. Good stuff. Both tickets. Very first minute I could. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, good stuff. Glad you enjoyed it as well, buddy. Awesome. Let me just see. Whew. Have Uriah Heep been going that long? Since the 80s? I don't know why, but I thought they were a 90s band. Have they really been going that long? Wow. Yeah, what do we think? Do we go for the normal strategy of the 1 stop, or do we attempt the 2 stop? What do we think? Uriah Heep has not been going since the 70s. Serious? They are not... Yeah, wow. I have the history of that band all wrong in my head then. That's crazy. Oh, Xenophon saying go aggressive. Paris saying the two-stop sounds risky but could work. I fancy a gamble. But we are P5 here. This is the thing. Excuse me. This is the thing. Do we go mega aggressive or not? Right. Hitting record on that one. Here we go then. Brake balance going to go all the way to the rear. This is the question now. Do we go for that mega aggressive strategy? I guess we'll see where we are at the end of this lap. But we could go into the pits and do 2 stops on the softs. I think when we've looked at the actual race pace, we've probably been only 4 or 5 seconds slower, though, on the mediums. So it's hard work to make that time back up, but it could work. Let's go. We'll see where we are at the end of this lap in terms of position. Oh, there you go. Someone's already hit someone. Oh, well. They've already almost wiped each other out there. Well, we're P4 now. Free position. We'll take that. Right, we're P3 now. I think let's not risk it. Let's not risk a strategy that could sort of throw this one away, because we don't know how it could play out. If we're still P3 at the end of this lap, I think we try and just hold on to that, because we got P3 in race 1. We ended up with P5 in race 2. So we really do want to get a better result than 5th if we can. P3 at the moment is decent, and we'll keep pushing on. 3.2 to the leader, who is very, very quick, by the way. But difficult to know what tyre he's on, because he is so much quicker than us. Wow, how quick is P1? He's just like absolutely flying away. And I can only hope that it's because he's on the soft tyre. He's just gaining like 10th after 10th after 10th after 10th, running away here, which is a bit worrying. Must be soft tyres. I hope it is. I hope it is. We're going to find out in a few laps, but he's pulling away at the moment. 6.4 to the leader. He's just absolutely running away with it at a scary quick pace. I've got to say, this guy in front's not slow either, though. 2.8 the gap to him, and I'm struggling to keep up now. God, guy in front is 5 seconds quicker. He's absolutely dropped us here. We're going to be lucky if we manage to hold on to P3. Xenophon said you need the softs, gamble. This is a difficult one, this. I don't know what to do. I'm having to hope that Pardo has also started on the soft tyres. God, I have to hope they've started on the soft tyres. I'm gonna go normal strategy. I would love to have gambled on something different, but I don't want to throw this away at the same time, and that feels like more of a gamble. Jeez, I'm struggling here. I am struggling here. Mike's saying the one stop as well. How are we doing, Mike? Hope we're all good. I think the one stop it's going to have to be, but I just wish we knew what tyres the guys ahead were on. Come on. Keep pushing, keep pushing. I'm even losing time to this guy in front who got past us at the start of the start of this lap. I don't know if I'm just not... I don't know where I'm losing time now. Because I feel like I'm driving like right on my limit, so... It's more that I'm losing time to them rather than time to myself, if that makes sense. I'm not sat there going, oh, I could have been a bit quicker here, or half a second faster there, or I know where I've lost like my lap time. Try and just stay on Jose here as best as we can do. Look at that, that's pretty much, he's pulled out like 14 seconds in 2 laps. Well, a lap and a half really. The race leader, that is. That's soon to be 15 after that mistake. at that there, man. Gap of 15 seconds. I know I've made 1 or 2 mistakes just there, which I've pointed out, but 15-second gap in 2 laps. 7.5 seconds quicker. He has to be on the mediums. Like, please, on the softs. Please, for the love of God, let him be on the soft tyres at the end of this lap. Because if he isn't, that is just unbelievable quick pace. Like, that's quicker than his quali times. Do you know what I mean? That's, like, not right. That's not normal. And I'm still losing time to this guy in front as well, who got past us. And I don't feel like I'm driving that slowly, to be honest. Even though we're on the mediums. Come on. I don't feel like I'm driving that bad. But he's gapped 3 seconds since he got past us in this lap alone. Jose there. Like, I'm at a loss. I can only hope now that the leader's going in. Please tell me the leader's going in. Yes! Thank God for that. Right, we're in with a chance of this race then. Thank God for that. We are in with a chance of this race. Jose, however, has kept going. That is wild. Right, there we go. So they've started on the soft tyres. It explains why they've been so much quicker. I still think overall they are definitely quicker. They are quicker drivers than me. But just not by that much. Do you know what I mean? That's that's a bit ridiculous if they were on the same tyres there. Hammer time. Haha, definitely. 3.3. We're going to try and close back up to Jose, who's obviously on the same tyres as us. Come on. I mean, Jose set an 8.12 on that last lap there, and we've only set an 8.16. It's got me questioning whether or not he's on the soft tyres. Like, he shouldn't. He wouldn't be going for 3 laps, would he? If he was, I don't quite think you can make them last that long. Not driving that quick anyway. Come on. 4 seconds the gap now. I've really not driven well at all this race here. Come on. Oh, so frustrating. .7. 4.6, still losing time. Good little section there, 4.5, couple of tenths gained. Come on. Oh my god, I'm pushing as hard as I possibly can here. .5, a gap in front. Right, this guy behind's probably going to close and end up in front. Oh, for God's sake. For God's sake. Damn it, man. Stupid of me to go for the move there, but he did move across. But I just shouldn't have gone for it. What am I doing, man? Shouldn't have gone for it. It's gone. Right, depending exactly how this goes with P5 and 4 here, we might have recovered this race in terms of the best result that was possible anyways. Oh, heading out onto the last lap now. All of the hard work that we've done in that race has now been like completely undone. I think I've got enough of a slingshot just to end up in front here. Going aggressive there, but we're within our rights. We had the move. Was not obliged to necessarily give him the space because he'd already gone off track. But that was an important one. Perez saying great overtake. Thank you, buddy. Yeah. Aggressive. Questionable, probably, in if we were doing most of our races and streams, I might have said, what do we think of that? But I know for sure that one was as far close to the limit as I would probably want to get in terms of aggressiveness. The advantage I had was I knew he'd already ran off the track. So I knew then I could claim all of the track rather than have to give the space. It didn't help that we had a bit of contact from him on the on the right-hander though. He's probably not too happy. Oh, we are the fastest car on track this lap as well so far still. Which just goes to show. If things just played out just a little bit differently there. We lost a lot of time as well. A lot of time. Coming to the end of the last straight there. Anything can still happen. Exactly. Pushing for the podium. Absolutely. I agree with that. Pushing, just in case. such a gutter, that. P4's not a bad result, though. P5 wasn't either in the last race, but we had a podium. That's the killer. We've then gone and done 2 more races. And neither of those results have been as good. Oh man, and we've not been far off the pace of the fastest lap there either. We were closing a lot of time. Oh, we will watch that replay though before we go. Yeah, shame about the crash. Comeback was great. I agree with that. We've been unlucky there. I will watch the replay because it felt like he moved, but obviously I was behind when I've like gone for it. I don't know. We'll see. Now Jackin was saying that is some clean racing, but I'm gonna sarcastically go back and say thank you, see you again, because I don't think he thinks that that was fair, but I will argue all day every day that it absolutely was. Unless he genuinely does think it was, then fair enough. But he said that kind of like 5 minutes after the fact and in the race. So I presume something's gone wrong, and then he's thought, well, I'll just let him know what I think of him in the meantime. Let's have a very quick watch of this replay to kind of end this whole facade of what has been the Nurburgring tonight. We've had some good races, though, some good results. I just wish I'd called it a day when we'd done the first race. That was the best result of the night. Right, so it's the end of this lap is where we've had the end of the first lap, end of this lap, end of the third lap. Yes, okay, so let's review this here. We've got the Ferrari who's got ahead of us. We are now behind and in the slipstream. I might think that I'm in the right, I might think that I'm in the wrong. It's probably my fault, that, isn't it? It's probably my fault. I think it's probably going to end up being my fault. The problem is, though, is that I was still on the brakes as I hit the grass. And I should have lifted and just let the car settle. Now, obviously, I've hit him, and it's not affected him at all, so he's been okay. It's just, I don't know what to think of it. In the moment, I was like, he's so obviously moved across. But I think he was obviously moving across and probably, understandably, not expecting me to go for the move here. I think it probably is a pretty classic case of 2 cars don't go into 1 there. I don't know. It's like 90% my fault. I was trying to go around the outside. Basically, what's happened is there is a tiny, we'll see if it's on his steering input. There is a tiny nudge to the left as he tries to avoid the apex, and it's just been enough for me to clip the very back end of his car. As you see here, I mean, ironically, he actually turns right. But he doesn't turn as right as the road does initially, is what I'm trying to say. So he's not necessarily turning left, but obviously a road winds, and so your car will move left and right of the road. And it's just gone a little bit further left than I thought it was going to. And I've clipped the back of it quite easily. But we can see from my side how it's... Do you see it there? It's the tiniest little So we've got enough space to be going 2 for 2. And there it is. He just either is a little bit late to the steering input. I mean, I've still got loads more room on the left-hand side, which I just should be using, by the way. But you can see there, he just is there. There's the contact, and that's where he's moved to the left a little bit off the apex, and then he starts moving right. At this point, yeah, we might have still been able to control this if I just didn't put my foot on the brakes. I might have been, as soon as I've had the contact, I've braked, but I might have been all right and just to be able to carry on. But it's one of those. But realistically, we were behind him and we would have had P4. P4 is what we ended up with. Can't complain. But let me know if you think I'm wrong on that one in the chat and in the comments. Right. We will end it there. Thank you all so much. Picali saying, actually, this one was your best result. You got 170 points from the first race and 194 points from that race. So that one was our best result. As Perez says, racing incident, probably most likely. I think it's still 90% my fault, realistically. He's not necessarily to blame, but that's what has happened there, where the road is turning around right, and he's just drifted his car from the very outer right-hand edge of the track, because naturally you're trying to straight line that as much as possible into the braking zone, and only an idiot, i.e. me in this case, would try and go for a move around the outside there. So we'll end it there. Thank you all so much for tuning in. That is where I need to improve my racecraft and just a little bit of patience, but it felt like it was critical to get back in front. And lessons learned. So there we go. Thank you all so much for watching. Massively appreciate it. You are all heroes. And we're going to end the stream there. Thank you all so much. I will catch you all back here on Monday, hopefully, for a new week of daily races. Perez, special shout out to you. Thank you so much for stopping in. Our newest, latest subscriber. Bannister, I don't feel like I've seen you in here for a little while, so I appreciate you stopping by, or coming back, or whatever the phrase is that I'm trying to say. Good to see you again, basically. Great Racing Affinity. Glad I subbed. Hero. Right, I will catch you all on Monday, and then we'll be back on Wednesday for manufacturers again. That is at Spa. However, I might miss, not through my choice, may I just say, but I might miss the first entry. I might not be back in time from work, but worst case, I will absolutely be doing the last two slots, which is 7 and 9 p.m. So, massive thank you once again. I will catch you all on Monday, if not on Wednesday, if not on next Saturday for next week's manufacturers, which finishes this season at Watkins Glen. So I will see you all in a bit. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Catch you all soon. Toodles.